everybody out, Danny. The one that everybody. One that everybody, game. It's the one that everybody,
Relacionamento sem crush nem ficante.
Quem nasceu pra ser fiel
nunca vai ser amante.
Todo mundo vai do empurra a tampa do pão de cama. Todo mundo vai do empurra do pão de cama.
Quem
nasceu pra ser fiel
nunca vai ser amante. Relacionamento sem crush nem ficante.
Quem nasceu pra ser fiel
nunca vai ser amante.
Welcome to our audio commentary coverage. This broadcast is not an official product of this competition.
Good afternoon and welcome to live coverage of this Premier League Matchday 2 clash between Manchester City and Tottenham Hotspur. Two sides that won their opening games quite handsomely. And we'll be looking to continue that positive start to the season. Pep Guardiola's side looking to bounce back after a disappointing campaign by their standards last season. And as for Spurs, well, their lowly league position was somewhat tempered by the fact that they ended their trophy drought with success in the Europa League, which saw them start their competitive season early, of course, losing to PSG in the Super Cup. The teams then, Manchester City, James Trafford keeps his place in goal despite the return of Ederson, who has to make do with a place on the bench. Ryan Cherky comes in for his first Premier League start, and Omar Mamouche comes in for Jeremy Doku. Bernardo Silva is another who drops on the bench. Also on the bench is Rodri, who returned to action briefly at the end of last season, played 173 minutes in the Club World Cup, recently signed a 2-year contract extension. The other subs for City, the team then for City: Trafford in goal, Ryan Aït-Nouri, Ruben Diaz, John Stones and Rico Lewis the back four. Tierney Reinders, so impressive on the opening day, is alongside Nico Gonzalez in midfield. Then it's Oscar Bob, Ryan Cherky and Omar Mamouche behind Erling Haaland. On the bench for City, Nathan Ake has been linked with a move to Everton. Jeremy Doku, Rodri and Bernardo Silva as mentioned. Matheus Nunes, Ederson, Nico O'Reilly, Abdelkader Kusanov and Phil Foden. For Thomas Frank's Spurs side, who won 3-0 against Burnley, they stick with 4 at the back. João Palhinha and Rodrigo Bentancur start in midfield with Archie Gray and Lucas Bergwell on the bench. So they've got Vicario in goal, Jed Spence, Mickey van der Ven, the captain Christian Romero and Pedro Porro is that back four. Bentancur and Palhinha are joined by Pape Sarr in the midfield 3, and then up front it's Brennan Johnson, Mo Kudus and Richarlison, who scored 2 in that win on the opening day. On the bench for Spurs, Kevin Danso, Matis Tel, Gray Bergval, Luka Viskovic, Dom Solanke, Wilson Odebeer, Antonin Kinski, the substitute goalkeeper, and Ben Davis. Richarlison only scored 4 in the whole of last season. Well, he's halfway to that tally in this campaign. And Spurs haven't got a bad record at the Etihad Stadium. They've got 7 points on their last 4 visits here. And Thomas Frank has tasted success over Pep Guardiola here as well. His Brentford side won 2-1 back in November 2022. The referee today is Peter Banks. The assistants Edward Smart and Blake Antrobus. The fourth official Andrew Kitchen. The VAR Andy Madley and the VAR assistant is Shan Massey Ellis. Ruben Diaz is captain for City today in the absence of Bernardo Silva, who has to make do with a place on the bench. Spurs in an all black away strip, Man City in their traditional sky blue and white. They've not lost in the Premier League, Manchester City, since the beginning of March. They're on a fine run of form, and perhaps an ominous run, as they look to wrestle back the Premier League trophy that they lost last season. Liverpool in the end winning the league quite comfortably. You would expect things might be a bit different in this campaign. This is the second game of match day 2. Last night Chelsea won 5-1 away at West Ham, which puts them top of the league briefly, but they will almost certainly be knocked off the top by one of these two sides come the 90th minute here. It'll be Spurs that get us underway. Pape Sarr is the man stood over the ball for the kickoff. Just going through some pre-match checks, slight delay. All the players just paused and waiting. The referee looks at his watch, and eventually we do get underway, and as is so often the case now, the ball immediately goes straight back to the goalkeeper from the kickoff, and a clearance to the sideline looking for Richarlison. He's seen out by Rico Lewis, playing at right back for City today. Still wearing the number 82 shirt. Stones clips up the line. Jed Spence nods the ball back down, and now a first touch for Erling Haaland, and there's a run on the left hand side, a encouraging looking run for Reinders, but it's snuffed out by Romero. Spurs play their way down the right hand side. Heavy touch though from Sarr means that the ball is won back by Nico Gonzalez. Now Ait Nouri, signed in the summer from Wolves, plays it to Mamouche, wearing the number 7 shirt for Man City, signed in the January transfer window. Ruben Diaz. Now Gonzalez trying to find some room, finds John Stones. To the right hand side to Rico Lewis, and Reinders lets it run through, and Cherky tries to release Haaland, but it's well intercepted in the box. But Man City keeping Spurs under pressure. Johnson concedes a throw in. Lewis gets on with it quickly. Cherky though loses out, and he's won a throw in though. Cherky played for Lyon last season, played in that infamous match at Old Trafford against Manchester United, where Man United came from behind quite dramatically on their way to reaching the final, to lose to Spurs of course. And City, as so often the case, monopolising the ball in these early exchanges, but pressure from Spurs has forced them back, and the referee's happy to let that go as Spurs win the ball back. Spence easing Rico Lewis off the ball. And the ball is now back with Vicario, who missed a chunk of last season through injury. Playing all in orange today, the Spurs goalkeeper. Spence will do well to keep that in. He chests it down. He's immediately under pressure from Lewis, and the referee was given a foul. Lewis is maybe asking why the one on him wasn't given as a foul a few moments ago. An interesting battle between Lewis and Spence on that side of the field. Spence recently signed a new long-term deal at Spurs. Did play for England under-21s, but has never played for the first team. Of course, Rico Lewis, very much a contender for international selection. Only 20 years old, already got 5 caps under his belt. Ball clipped forward, looking for the run of Marmoush. Might have gone early. Flag stays down, and Marmoush has it on the left wing, but he's given the ball away there to Sarr, and Spurs will try and come out, but to no avail. A couple of loose touches early doors from Sarr, and so City back in possession of the ball. John Stones. Oh, slips as he tries to find Cherky. Slightly got away with it. Cherky put Spurs under pressure. They couldn't take advantage of that slip from Stones. Spurs there. Free kick for Spurs, give them a chance midway through the City half to maybe get a ball towards the box. Perro stood over it. Romero's gone up from the back. The defensive line about 5 yards up from the edge of the penalty area. Perro clips it in, and a number of Spurs players go early, but it comes to the back post. It's headed across, and Haaland has to clear it away, doing some defensive work. The Norwegian striker. Marmoush feels he was fouled trying to chase the loose ball, but it'll settle with Spence, who drills it forward. Very nice touch in there from Kudus to retain possession for Spurs, signed from West Ham in the off-season, and Spurs just deciding to recycle possession of the ball here. Polina, well, tried to measure a ball forward looking for Kudus, but got it all wrong. Polina back in the Premier League, was at Fulham previously, and went to Bayern Munich, didn't quite work out for him there, and he's back now with Spurs, albeit on loan. Did have it. It was a bit of a false start, his move to Bayern Munich in the first place. He was going to go the year previous, but ran out of time on deadline day. As there was a foul here by Haaland on Richarlison, and it's in a dangerous position. Stones clipped it up. Haaland had come deep to hold the ball up and sort of trod on the back of Richarlison's heel. And it's actually a free kick in a dangerous position for Spurs. They might consider a shot on goal here, and it's a bit of a cheap one for Man City to concede. Porro and Kudus have stood over it. It's perhaps a little wider out than you would choose, but it's still very much in shooting range for Pedro Porro, who looks the most likely candidate to have a go here. James Trafford hasn't barely had a touch of the ball in this match, but he's having to measure out his wall here. Came through the ranks at Man City, James Trafford, but had to go elsewhere to establish himself as a first team player. Re-signed from Burnley in the summer. City linked with Gianluigi Donnarumma. It's going to be Pedro Porro to shoot. Hits it straight into the wall, but it comes back out to Porro, who drives it on the half volley. It's into the side netting. It was a disappointing first effort from Porro, but he reacted well, and it was a good hit from the rebound. Trafford, I think, would have had it covered, but it was wide anyway. Be interesting to see whether Donnarumma is someone who Man City purchase in this closing week or so of the transfer window. As well, a miscommunication at the back. I think Porro wanted to head that back to the goalkeeper. Mamouche nipped in and then has flashed it right across the face of goal. It was a long ball that had been left. Porro tried to cushion it back to Vicario, but he'd given the goalkeeper a bit too much to do, and Mamouche beat the goalkeeper to the ball, but from a narrow angle squeezed his left foot shot right across the face of goal and out for a goal kick. Well, a miscommunication at the back by City now, and Kudus has the ball close to the corner flag on his left foot. Whips in a cross. Oh, it's too deep for everyone, but wobbly moments at the back for both goalkeepers. Perhaps not their fault, but Rico Lewis passed back to Trafford under pressure, and Richarlison managed to charge down the clearance. There's now a foul on Oscar Bob. City being pressed high by Spurs. Stones just overruns the ball, but Bob comes back to keep it in. But I think Thomas Frank will be pleased with how his side are pressing City, although City have managed to get out of it here with Gonzalez. Gonzalez goes down for a cheap free kick off Sarr, and City will get underway quickly with Cherky. A nice quick football down the right hand side. Here's Bob. Clips it across, looking for Mamouche, but a good authoritative header by Porro clears the ball. Now Gonzalez out to Mamouche. Goes on the outside to the byline. Vicario comes out and narrows his angle. It was a pullback, but Vicario was the man who blocked it. Mamouche waves his arms to get the fans going. He dipped his shoulder, got round Porro, but Vicario done well to snuff out the situation. Here is now Ruben Diaz at the point of the attack. I'm not sure what he's seen there. Diaz, he's clipped it forward and it's been seen out for a Spurs goal kick. Now Spurs, it's their turn to try and play it out from the back and beat the Man City press. Kudus holds the ball up away from Aït-Nouri. Aït-Nouri though gets back at him, but in the end Kudus' pass was intended for somewhere else, but the deflection took it to Jed Spence on the other side. Now Benson Kurt slides it across to Romero. For 13 and a half minutes, Manchester City 0, Tottenham Hotspur 0. Pedro Porro drive into the side netting, and then Omar Mamouche squeezing a shot right across the face of goal. The only real sightings of goal that we've had in these opening exchanges. Spurs struggling to get out away from this Man City press, but they are retaining the ball. Benson Kurt plays it across to Romero, who's in his own penalty area. Backed into a little bit of a corner by Mamouche, but Benson Kerr helps him get out of it. And that's nice play by Spurs, led by Rodrigo Benson Kerr, who clips it forward for Sarr, who was surely offside. Perhaps wouldn't have got to it anyway. But nice bit of play by Rodrigo Benson Kerr to help Spurs get out from that press. There's a worry for Man City here as Nuri has gone down. Might Man City be forced into a change here? Nathan Ake is out warming up. Don't know whether it was in that challenge he had with Kudus. A bit earlier, but a little bit of a worry for Pep Guardiola and Manchester City. It's like a left ankle problem for Nuri. Just landed a bit awkwardly when he was blocking the pass from Kudus. It was impressive for Wolves last season, Nuri, and that earned him the deal to City on a 5-year deal, 31.8 million. Played in the Club World Cup, Algeria international. He's received treatment, he's back on his feet, he's going off to the sideline now. Looks like he will be okay to continue. And we're back underway. The referee dropping the ball back at the feet of John Stones. Man City just about shading the possession, 55% for them so far in this opening 17 minutes. Stones plays it up the line for Bob. Spence thought about intercepting the pass, but then decided to just contain Bob, who lays off to Rico Lewis. Back to Bob again. Across to Mamouche. Reinders is in a good position, but Mamouche shoots himself. He's beaten away by Vicario. Haaland nearly brings in the rebound, and in the end it's tidied up by Romero. Spurs try and play their way out of it though, and it's come back to bite them almost, but Diaz is tackled by Benson Kerr. Spurs seem reluctant to just clear the ball as Benson Kerr simply passes it out to the side. Nearly cost them. Nuri back on the field and plays the ball back to James Trafford. Spence wins the header. Bob, lovely touch to bring it out the air, and it he's found some space now. Reinders driving forward. He's got Mamouche to his left. He's got Haaland through the middle. Reinders might go himself. I'm not sure whether he was maybe caught in two minds there, the Dutchman. He wasn't really a shot, wasn't really a pass. Looked dangerous as he ran through. Was in the Serie A team of the year last season, Reinders, while at AC Milan. Voted the best midfielder in the Italian top flight. Goal and an assist on his City debut last week against Wolves. Nathan Ake still out there warming up, so there must still be some concern over Aitner, who isn't moving too cleverly. His home debut, of course, for Manchester City. Might be ending prematurely as Cherky tries to release Mamouche down the left-hand side, but the pass is just in front of the wide man. It's a Spurs throw-in. Interesting to see Ake. A number of City players linked with maybe moves elsewhere. Manuel Akanji, another one who's been linked with Galatasaray. Here's Cherky now for City. Nice layoff by Mamouche. Now Reinders plays a ball across the box with the outside of his right foot from the left, but no one in there. Spencer's going to try and let that run out for a goal kick, and in the end, he succeeds. Ake is now taking on some instruction, and it very much looks like he's going to be making an appearance. We're not even at the midway point of the first half yet, and looks like Man City are going to be forced into their first change. And Aitner has now gone, sat back down, and it looks like his race is run. Ake is now stripped, ready to come on. Unfortunate for Aitner on his home debut for Manchester City. He's only lasted 21 minutes and he's been forced off through injury. Played 37 times, only missed one game for Wolves in the Premier League last season. Gets a warm round of applause. He is a dejected figure as he traipses off. And of course it might well impact the future of Nathan Ake. No suggestion that City were going to let him go. But of course an injury for Aitner might well change any plans that perhaps Pep Guardiola had of moving Ake on. They do have Kushanov as well. On the bench. So Ake on for Aitner. We're back underway. Spence is making a really strong overlapping run on the outside of Brennan Johnson. He gets the ball back to Johnson. Just for a moment looked like it might open up for Spurs, but Johnson's touch went beyond him. Just past the midway point in the first half at the Etihad Stadium. Manchester City 0, Tottenham Hotspur 0. Here comes Bentancur, trying to retain possession of the ball, almost gets harried out of it by Bob. Now Spence with a bit of space on the left hand side, a raking left foot pass across field, looking for Kudus on the far side, but There's too much on it. They go out for a throw in near to the corner flag. Spence again on the left-hand side for Tottenham. Slides it down the channel for Johnson. Might have gone early. Flag has stayed down as it invariably does, just to see what happens. Is it going up? No, it's going to be a throw-in for Spurs in an attacking position. Throws it down the line back for Van der Ven. Polina helps it on. Spurs just having a spell on the ball. Vicario goes long, looking for the run of Kudus. Ake's followed him. Kudus holds the ball up nicely for Richarlison, who's barely seeing the ball. I think he's touched it 5 times so far in the match. The fewest of all but one player on the pitch. Some space for Mamouche on the left-hand side. Oh, he can't bring it in though, and that's a opportunity wasted. Mamouche slaps his thigh in frustration because he had a lot of space there if he could have brought it in. Seemed to have enough time to bring it down. Just completely missed his attempt to control the ball. Just the one shot on target so far. It was more of a cross really that was saved by Vicario. To the Mamouche. His Reinders finds Mamouche on the left hand side. He's backing Pedro Porro into the box. Plays it back Mamouche. I think he was looking for Cherky on the edge of the box, but it's snuffed out by Spurs. But City have won the ball back high up the pitch. Gonzalez across to Ruben Diaz. Now Rico Lewis out. Oh, and he was looking for Bob on the right hand side, but the pass was well behind Bob and sails out for a throw-in. Here comes Erling Haaland. Gets beyond and a ball in for Mamouche, and Vicario is out well to save one-on-one. Nice play from Haaland, driving through the middle. Nice slide rule through ball for Mamouche, who struck it well, but Vicario was quickly off his line and saved. That's the best chance of the match so far. Now a foul on Haaland. Bentancur has looked tidy in parts, but has given the ball away on a couple of occasions. Free kick for City. Cherky stood over it. It's in a maybe an awkward spot for. They played it short rather than clip it into the box, and Spurs have blocked Mamouche's attempted cross. It's headed out now. Richarlison helps it on, looking for Johnson, and they've all of a sudden got 2-on-1 here. Spurs. Kudus waiting for some support. Kudus, and City come flooding back. They've done really well there, because for a moment there it looked like they were going to be outnumbered. Spurs did win 4-0 at the Etihad last season, albeit under a different manager. James Maddison scored 2 goals. He's out for the season, of course. And they're also missing Dejan Kulusevski, and Timo Werner missed out. Well, it looks like they've missed out on the signing of Eberiche Eze. They missed out on the signing of Morgan Gibbs-White. But still, Spurs have put together a team capable of competing against Manchester City. Man City missing a few themselves. Gvardiol and Kovacic on the sidelines with Savinho, who's been linked with a move to Spurs. He is absent with a hamstring injury. We've had half an hour. Manchester City 0, Tottenham Hotspur 0. Here's Jed Spence at left back. Right foot crossfield ball for Kudus. Lovely first touch on his left thigh by Kudus. Bentancur and Paulinho link up. Bentancur covering a lot of ground. He's getting on the ball plenty for Thomas Frank's side. Paulinho across to Porro. So Omar Mamouche with that, the best chance of the match, snuffed out by some good goalkeeping from Vicario. As a long ball forward looking for Johnson. He's headed out by Stones. Spurs haven't really got close to the doing anything in the final third. Pedro Porro had that rising drive into the side net, and after his free kick had been blocked by the wall. But other than that, although they've had possession, generally they've not been able to get in behind City in the final third. Kudus having a run at Nathan Ake. Mamouche comes back to close it down. Now here's Bentancur. Spurs just enjoying a little run of possession, but each time they're forced back to Vicario just to retain it. This time Vicario goes long. Johnson was offside, so can't go for it. And the ball is back with Trafford. Foul on Bob, who's being lively. Oscar Bob playing on the right hand side for City, and in fact he has earned Brennan Johnson a yellow card there, the first one of the afternoon. Bob came through the youth ranks at City, who'd plucked him from his homeland in Norway. Spurs give away the ball, but again Mamouche can't make the most of it. Reinders his pass a bit too strong. Now, a chance for Spurs as Richarlison gets behind, plays it across for Brennan Johnson, and Spurs have scored their first shot on goal, but the flag goes up. Or does it? It does. I'm sure we'll see a replay, but Richarlison just got in behind briefly there, put it on a plate for Johnson, who'd just been booked, thought he'd scored the first goal, but the flag is up. It's very close. Kudus' flick on, and was slip from Diaz didn't help. It was a great ball from Richarlison, put it on a plate for Johnson, who fired it past Trafford. The flag went up. It's very close, and in fact we are going to have a pause while it's checked by VAR. He might be onside, you know. It was the linesman who flagged. But looking at the pictures in front of us now, this might well stand, and Tottenham Hotspur might have taken the lead here against Manchester City. And Richarlison, who scored 2 goals on the opening day, might have got an assist to the opening goal of this one. He's been allowed to run through. There was no problem with Johnson. He was behind the ball when he shot. And I think this is going to be a goal, and I think Tottenham Hotspur have taken the lead here. We still wait for confirmation, and the Spurs fans are going to erupt when this is signalled. No real celebration for Spurs, and indeed, there goes the signal. Spurs take the lead. Brennan Johnson. Perhaps somewhat muted celebration. They didn't celebrate when the goal went in because the flag went up straight away. But the video referee has confirmed that Richarlison was onside. And Spurs, who won 4-0 here last season, are now 1-0 up. 36.5 minutes on the clock. Manchester City 0, Tottenham 1. First shot on goal for Spurs. And it's ended in the back of the net. Trafford got a hand on it, but it was too strong for him to keep out. And well, first goal City have conceded in the Premier League this season, and they're going to have to come from behind. Last season, Tottenham dropped more points from a winning position than anybody else. 29 points they squandered. Of course, under Ange Postecoglou. What a fillip it will be for their season if they can prevent a repeat of that here. Maybe some eyebrows raised when Postecoglou's services were dispensed of despite them winning the Europa League, but they finished 17th in the Premier League last season. That's not good enough for Spurs. But 2 wins from 2 at the start of this campaign would be more than good enough. But they've still got 52 minutes to hold on. 7 minutes to go to half-time. Manchester City 0, Tottenham Hotspur 1. Brennan Johnson's goal. Stones clips it up for Haaland, beaten by Bentancur. Romero heads it. Paulinho finds Bentancur. Bentancur, I think, had a good game, and now a ball forward that wasn't aimed for Kudus, and Kudus might get there. Trafford out on the edge of his box, just about keeps it away from Richarlison. Spurs still alive with Porro. He goes dribbling into the box, goes down right on the edge of the box under the challenger Reinders. Referee unmoved. Porro stayed down, but maybe a couple of incidents to review there for the video official. Now a ball lobbed forward for Bob, who looks like he's through in the middle initially, but Spence turns on the afterburners and eases him off, and then Vicario might have giving Romero too much to do. No, Romero just gets there. The referee's going to halt the game here. Porro still down after that challenge by Reinders. Right on the edge of the box. Well, he stood on Porro's trailing leg. Might have got a touch on the ball. If it was in the box, I dare say that this might have been a penalty review, but initially it was Kudus who got through. Trafford a little bit reckless coming out of his box, didn't really get the ball, kicked Kudus. It more hit Trafford than anything else, and two incidents on the edge of the Manchester City box that might have otherwise led to free kicks for Spurs. Had they been in the penalty area, I dare say we might have been having a debate over whether they would be penalties. Of course, the VAR can't come back and assess on these for being free kicks, so it's just a case of waiting for Pedro Porro to receive treatment. But had both of those incidents occurred a yard further forward from a Tottenham point of view, they might well have had a penalty kick. Porro still receiving treatment. So we'll have some stoppage time at the end of this first half, I have no doubt. It's going to be a throw-in for Spurs, where the ball had gone out previously. Porro trotting back down the touchline now. Appears to be okay to continue. As the ball breaks for Johnson, plays it forward a little rashly, looking for Richarlison, which has gone out for a throw-in, which Ake will take. But Kudus only had eyes for the ball. Trafford, for me, it was more the knee to Kudus' chest that I was contemplating, but it did appear to come off Trafford's right arm as well, and he's out of the penalty area. Good footing by Johnson, wins the ball off Lewis, who doesn't give up the chase, and Spence is now being backed into a corner, and he's managed to see it out well for a goal kick as Jed Spence. Certainly be a talking point, that incident involving James Trafford wearing the number 1 shirt for Manchester City, keeping long time first choice Ederson out of the team. It was ill Ederson on the opening day, but back in the matchday squad for this one. Spence clips the ball forward. It's intercepted by Gonzalez. Reinders to Cherky. Cherky slips and Richarlison nips it away from him. Cherky's gone down, but Richarlison races away. Sarr's giving him an overlap on the left-hand side. Kudus is in the middle. What will Sarr do? He's backing Stones up into the box, and in the end, overplays his card. Cherky managed to make his way back and win the ball back, and well, he's making a meal out of getting out of the corner, is Cherky. Sarr, I think, wanted to see that out for a throw-in. In the end, the ball stopped dead, so now Spence has it. He plays it off Bob for a throw-in. Cherky originally had stayed down, but then ended up coming back to influence the play and win the ball back for Manchester City, who trail 1-0. The defeat to Spurs really came in that period of woe that Manchester City suffered last season. It was the 5th defeat in a row when they went down to Spurs, and that was when the collapse was at its most extreme. They've turned things around since then. They've got 27 points out of the last 33 in the Premier League. But their unbeaten run at risk here. They're 1 goal down against Tottenham Hotspur. Benton Kerr. Now Van de Ven. Strides forward out the back for Spurs. Lays it back for Spence. In the final minute of the first half, we will have some stoppage time at the end of it, I'm sure. Now Kudus wants to have a run at Ake. Instead slides it down the line for Paulinho, who'd made a good run. Paulinho clips it into the box. Headed half away by Diaz. Sarr keeps it alive for Kudus. He rolls it out to Paulinho, who's still up there. Pulls it back. Paulinho wins a corner. And Spurs ending the first half with a little bit of a flourish here. It's the first corner of the match. As we tick over to 45 minutes, we'll wait to see a board from the fourth official. It's going to be 7 additional minutes. Had a stoppage for that VAR check. Pedro Porro with a knock. Of course, Ain't Nuri went down a couple of times as well. In comes the corner, left-footed from Kudus. Referee had blown his whistle before he'd taken it, but Richarlison heads it against the post anyway. Referee's having a word with, I think, Christian Romero. And we'll have a retake. Inevitably, once the referee's had a word with some players, you often see a free kick almost given immediately as the next ball comes in. Let's see what happens here with Kudus. Left foot delivery again towards Richarlison at the back post. I think Mamouche got to it first and actually headed it against Richarlison for a Man City goal kick. I wonder if City will be able to mount a fight back before the half-time whistle. Still 6 minutes of added on time left to go. Manchester City 0, Tottenham Hotspur 1. Oh, Trafford's given the ball away. Richarlison sits Trafford down. Trafford rescues it. It's driven goalwards. And Paulinho makes it 2-0. And it's a howler from James Trafford. He gave the ball almost straight to Richarlison in his own penalty area. And although he recovered to deny Richarlison initially, Paulinho crashes home the loose ball. And in first half stoppage time, it's Manchester City 0, Tottenham Hotspur 2. And Trafford on his home debut. Makes a right meal of things. Paulinho crashed it through bodies, but it was Richarlison and Pape Sarr's determination that created the chance. And Spurs in dreamland here. They've doubled their lead away at Manchester City. Paulinho's first goal in the Premier League since a 3-3 draw against Sheffield United back in March 2024, when of course he was at Fulham. He has scored past James Trafford before as well in that same season. Scored at Turf Moor when Fulham drew 2-2 there. What a position Spurs find themselves in. A dream start to the new Premier League season under Thomas Frank. Having won their first game 3-0 over Burnley, they find themselves 2-0 up away at Manchester City. Reinders flicks it to Mamouche. Now Nathan Ake. Clips the ball forward looking for the run of Cherky. Romero just gets a touch on it, and a good covering from Spence. And then Porro tidies it up well. Still going Porro. Might have overran his card a little bit. Richarlison Loses his balance. It's a free kick. Porro, I think, just got a bit too carried away, having initially done some good work. Here's Bob, stood up by Spence. We'll go to the byline. Bob Spence had won the ball, but then slips as he goes to clear it, and City will have their first corner of the afternoon. Still a couple of minutes of this injury time left. Cherky will go across to take, right-footed. It'll be an outswinger. Not the best delivery, headed out of the front post by Pedro Porro. Rico Lewis scampers back to get the ball for Manchester City. Every man behind the ball for Spurs at the moment. Lewis clips the ball to the left to Mamouche. He's had City's best chance of the match. He's running it. Palini now. Oh, he almost loses out. Manages to find Gonzalez. He plays it across to Cherky. Cherky shapes with his left foot with a cross. He's headed out by Palini. And then Palini keeps it away from Ake. Reinders on the left-hand side. Plays it across to Cherky. Now to Oscar Bob on the right side of the penalty area. Plays it into Cherky. Bit tight in there, and in the end it's cleared by Spence. Kudus challenges Diaz in the air. Diaz, though, keeps the ball for City. Now Reinders. This might be the last opportunity they get at the end of this first half. Mamouche shapes to cross. Porro closes him down, still going Mamouche, then clips it in. Headed away by Romero. Now Cherky to Oscar Bob. Turns away from Romero, who's well out of position. Still going, Bob goes down as he enters the penalty area. Nothing given, referee points to the corner flag. And they probably will have enough time to get this corner in, Manchester City. In it comes, Haaland heads over the bar, that's a good chance. Off the corner, Haaland. Scored on the opening weekend, as he has done on every season. His fourth season now at Man City, scored in the opening day. On every occasion, couldn't keep that header down. And there goes the half-time whistle. Tottenham Hotspur lead 2-0. The first came when Richarlison's flick-on released. When Kudus' flick-on released Richarlison, and he put it on a plate for Brennan Johnson to fire home. The flag went up for offside straight away, but the video referee checked it, and Richarlison was onside, so that counted. That put Spurs in front, and then in first half stoppage time, a howler from James Trafford gifted possession to Richarlison in the penalty area, and after Trafford had poked the ball away from the Brazilian, João Palhinha crashed home for his first Spurs goal. Work to do for Pep Guardiola at half-time, because the half-time score at the Etihad Stadium is Manchester City 0, Tottenham Hotspur João Palhinha. Putting Thomas Frank's side 2-0 to the good. And City have some work to do. Here's Nico Gonzalez bringing the ball forward at the start of the second half. Cherky passes out to the right to Oscar Bob. Now Cherky plays a nice through ball to Lewis, who pulls it back. It comes to Ake. He's got space to take a touch, but maybe had too much time and space, because by the time he'd taken a touch and had a shot, Palhinha had rushed across and put in a diving block. You would anticipate Man City will have a lot of the ball in this second half. Here's Bob on the right corner of the penalty area to Cherky. Now Lewis tries a back heel back to Cherky. Cleared by Richarlison, but Johnson can't bring it in, so City back in possession. Nico Gonzalez across to Ruben Diaz, the furthest outfield Manchester City player back. He's 35 yards out from the Spurs goal. Mamouche running at Pedro Porro. Kudus gets back and wins the ball off Mamouche, and then uses Porro to clear up the line. Richarlison puts Diaz under pressure, but City back in possession. Stones to Bob, who's got Spence one-on-one. Spence has been solid at left back for Spurs. Now Bob again. Cuts inside, Reinders makes a run, good foot in by Benson Kurt. Richarlison can't quite poke it away from Diaz. That's a strong tackle by Romero, but an equally strong tackle by Stones. Halts Richarlison on the halfway line at the expense of a Spurs throw-in. Here's Vicario, picks the ball up ahead of Erling Haaland. Haaland scored 48 goals in 48 home league games for Manchester City, but only one of them has been against Tottenham. Just look on the City bench. Jeremy Doku among the substitutes warming up, and Phil Foden. Here is Bob on the right hand side. Reinders wants it on the edge of the box. It gets to Reinders. He's not got much space in front of him. Tries to weave through. Does weave past two, but can't weave past Jed Spence. Here is Oscar Bob on the right hand side, plays it into Cherky, now in the penalty area. Cherky, nice footwork, but tackled by Brennan Johnson. Spurs though don't get the ball away. Nico Gonzalez wins it back. Bob chips it in for Haaland, can't get his head round the ball, and Palhinha clears. Spurs now. Cherky pokes it goalwards. Clear, there's a foul on Polinia, but again a little mistake by Spurs at the back. It was Vicario this time who, well, his pass to Van den Ven, and in the end Cherky fouled Polinia, who just about saved a goal for Spurs really there. And here's Spence running at Lewis at the other end. Plays it back to Johnson. He clips it in. It's flicked on. Almost finds Richarlison. It was Sarr who flicked it on. Trafford got there ahead of Richarlison. Now Ruben Diaz comes and has a little bit of a nibble at Richarlison. Whether Diaz thought that Richarlison had left a footing on Trafford. Don't think he had, to be perfectly honest. Substitutes for City then. Mamouche and Cherky are coming off to be replaced by Doku and Bernardo Silva. So they were the two changes that Pep Guardiola had made to his starting lineup for this game, and he's reversed them, so it's back to how things were for the Wolves game. City got 36 minutes of normal time to turn this around. 2-0 they trail. Here's Ake, who was a first half substitute for Aït-Nouri, who went off injured, looked like an ankle problem. Rico Lewis to Bob, now Reinders. To Oscar Bob. Bob cuts inside, shows too much of the ball to Van der Ven, and then Johnson nips in and plays a nice 1-2 with Sarr to get Spurs out. Clips it forward. He's asked a lot of Kudus, but Kudus will get there. He's dragged Ake out with him. One-on-one. Kudus shows too much of it to Ake, who wins the ball back and should be able to hump that away. He does, only as far as Polinia though. And Polinia and Pedro Porro manage to retain possession for Spurs, and Romero passes it all the way back to Vicario. Here is Porro driving forward, finds Kudus on the right hand side. Cross comes in for Richarlison. Lewis did enough just to get in front of Richarlison. Decent ball in from the right hand side by Porro. Richarlison got up really well, but Lewis did enough to put him off. Didn't get a clean contact on the head of Richarlison. Here's Diaz to Bernardo Silva, back to Nico Gonzalez, who beats the press of Johnson to find Lewis. Now Bob on the right hand side. Into Bernardo Silva. Tries to slide it through looking for Lewis, but Spurs have won the ball back. Bentancur, he's not got anything in front of him at the moment. Johnson makes a run. Richarlison's inside. Bentancur slides it to Johnson. All of a sudden it's 5-on-4 in Spurs' favour. Johnson maybe took the wrong option. Shot from 20 plus yards out. It was high and wide. They had bodies there, Spurs. Sarr, Richarlison, Kudus were all in support. They had 5-on-4 in Spurs. That might go down as a wasted opportunity. Actually did the double over Pep Guardiola, did Thomas Frank in City's treble-winning season. I mentioned earlier that he won at the Etihad with Brentford. Well, Brentford also won the home game that season. As Kudus keeps the ball away from Ake and Bernardo Silva. Sarr looking for options, plays it into Johnson, now to Jed Spence on the left-hand side. Now Bentancur. Romero into Bentancur again. He's got Pedro Porro in space on the right, finds Pedro Porro. Kudus into Palhinha. Porro takes it off him, and then Nico Gonzalez wins the ball, but City have coughed it up, and Richarlison plays it out to Johnson. It's a decent first touch from Johnson. Just showed too much of it from Stones. It looked like providing him a great platform to attack at goal. Stones got back there. Spurs having a nice spell here in possession. Here's Kudus. And thought he'd won a corner, but it's a goal kick. Free kick for Spurs. City back on the edge of the penalty area. And it comes from Pedro Porro, hanging towards the back post. Richarlison heads it onto the roof of the net. Well, he'd not had many touches in the opening 10 or 15 minutes, Richarlison, but he's been a menace to City since. Leading the line on his own well for Tottenham. Got the assist for the goal. And at the moment, the changes that City have made have not really influenced the game. It's Spurs who are enjoying more of the ball and more of the territory. There's another slip from Trafford. Concedes a throw-in, and Kudus will take on the right-hand side. Win the final half an hour of the game. Manchester City 0, Tottenham Hotspur 2. Kudus into Porro, back to Kudus. Doku comes to shut him down. Kudus curls it in. Richarlison's at the back post again, and it's almost a carbon copy of that header just a few moments ago. This time it didn't quite land on the roof of the net. It just dropped wide of the post. But he's getting plenty of half looks, is Richarlison. And if anything, you have to say at the moment, it's more likely to see a third Spurs goal than one from City. Here's Doku to Ake. Doku goes to the byline. He's overran that though. It had already gone out. Sure, we'll see a lot of that in the final quarter of this match. Doku getting at Poro. Well, Reinders impressed in that opening game at Wolves, but Spurs have managed to keep him quiet. Polina and Benson Kurt been excellent in front of the back four for Thomas Frank's side. And City might have to try something different if they're going to break the Spurs resolve. Richarlison is offside. Of course, he was given offside for the goal, which was then proven to be incorrect. Well, question marks, we mentioned them earlier about Spurs' personnel with the injuries to Maddison, Kulusevski, Werner, missing out on Eberechi Eze, missing out on Morgan Gibbs-White, but as things stand, they're going to be top of the league after 2 games, having won away at one of the early season favourites. Ake with the throw-in in front of the home dugout. Throws down the line for Doku, who's got Pedro Porro one-on-one. Palhinha comes back to help, but Pedro Porro doesn't need the help. Clears it down the line himself, and Richarlison will keep Ruben Diaz honest. Here's Reinders. Plays it into Haaland, holding the ball up. Romero nips it away from Haaland. And the ball back in the possession of Spurs. Ake climbs well to beat Kudus in the air. Kudus is being quietly effective for Spurs. Made himself busy and kept City working, as now Bob tries to get in behind for City at the other end, but the ball forward to him is too deep. Vicario bowls out to Spence to try and take Bob out of the game. As Van der Ven goes back to Vicario. Perhaps got fortunate Spurs when Vicario passed to Van der Ven in the box, was robbed off him by Bob, but Palhinha made a good tackle on Cherky. That really has been the only significant chance for Manchester City in this second half. Here's Bob on the right hand side, backing Spence into the box. Bob will be shown the byline, goes to the byline. Spence pokes it away from Bob and off Bob for a goal kick. Spence has had a really good game for Spurs at left back. Bob's been good for City too. He's asked plenty of questions of Spence, but Spence has had all the answers. Thomas Frank talking to Matis Tell and Dom Solanke on the bench. He's going to freshen his front line perhaps. Johnson on a yellow card, of course. Here's Haaland between the lines to Doku, back to Nico Gonzalez. Good sharp pass to Bernardo Silva. Good tackle from Kudus, who wins the ball back off Silva and runs away with it. He's got Ake in front of it. Kudus goes sideways to Sarr. Very tidy from Kudus. Palhinha's played it across to Johnson, but Johnson was retreating from an offside position, so doesn't go for it. Here's Porro. Richarlison pulls Diaz out wide, and Richarlison tries to cross it in for Johnson. Diaz takes the sting out of the cross, and it flies back to Trafford. It'll no doubt be one of the talking points after the game, James Trafford, for his mistake that led to Palhinha's goal. Perhaps fortunate not to concede at least something in a collision with Kudus. Might have handled outside his penalty area. Trafford plays it forward to Reinders. Now Lewis. Reinders between the lines. He's got Bob in front of him. Plays it down the line to Oscar Bob. Haaland's in the middle. Doku's at the back post. Good foot in from Romero. Flag goes up for a foul. It goes out for a corner. Romero's going to be booked here by the referee. Not sure whether it was a combination of the foul or his reaction. He lunged in. He did appear to get the ball, Romero. Maybe the referee decided he was off the ground. It was a little bit reckless, but either way, it's a free kick for Manchester City. It's almost a bit like a short corner in hockey, this. The way it is, it's in from probably 10 yards in from the corner flag. Got a bit more of an angle, actually, than anticipated as Bernardo Silva. He might be able to get a bit of whip on this with his left foot. Diaz, Stones, Bob, Haaland, Ake, Doku, all in and around the 6-yard box. Vicario at the moment has a bit of space to himself in the middle there. Referee, in fact, is going to talk to Diaz and Brennan Johnson. Diaz has just been left free at the moment, and it comes from Bernardo Silva. And Diaz, was it he who got the touch? I'm not too sure. It's gone through for a corner. It was Van der Ven who got a really important touch onto the ball to divert it wide, because it did look like Diaz was primed and ready to head that home. Reinders goes across to take a corner on the left hand side. It'll be an in-swing with his right foot. In it comes, not the best delivery. It hits Spence and goes back out for another corner. Perhaps a critical time of the match. Can City get a foothold back in the game? Reinders flapped away by Vicario, only as far as Lewis, who's hit it wildly high and wide from all of 25 yards. There's a little bit of aggro between the two groups of players. Richarlison involved, and Pape Sarr's just guiding his teammate out of the way. I think Richarlison wasn't too happy with Diaz claiming for a penalty maybe in there. It just looked a bit of something and nothing. Yellow card for Nico Gonzalez and a yellow card for Richarlison. I don't think Nico Gonzalez is too happy that he's been assumed the guilty party there. I think probably Ruben Diaz might owe him one for that. 20 minutes to go. Manchester City 0, Tottenham Hotspur 2. No real sign of City getting back into this, and it becomes less and less likely the longer time goes on. Here's Doku. Still no sign of them changes from Spurs. Thomas Frank clearly happy just to keep it as things are for the moment. Good foot in by Benton Kurt. Concedes a throw in on the halfway line. Rodri getting warmed up on the sideline. Can the Ballon d'Or winner inspire a City comeback? They need to create some more chances here. Doku, there's some space for Bernardo Silva. Doku though doesn't release the ball. Goes back to Ake. Now Diaz to Reinders, can't bring it in. Romero intercepts. Finds Richarlison. Now Spurs will break, and that's a nice pass from Richarlison to Brennan Johnson. Sarr and Kudus are up in support. Johnson plays it to Pape Sarr. Spurs decide to settle on the ball in the final third, and comes back to Benton Kerr. Now all the way back to Van der Ven. And to Vicario. Been a pretty accomplished performance from Spurs. They've looked assured, confident. Here's Benton Kerr to Richarlison. Now Palhinha to Kudus. Now Pedro Porro goes down the line. Plays it in, looking for Pape Sarr. Oh, and the bounce just does for Sarr. Trafford was hesitant on the edge of his box. Sarr might have been offside anyway, as Richarlison pokes it away from Nico Gonzalez. It falls to Bob on halfway, but he's dispossessed by Brennan Johnson. And the Spurs, Johnson just caught being a bit casual there by Bob, and well, Bob feels like he's hard done to. Foul given against him. Johnson just a little bit too casual, nearly had his pocket picked by Oscar Bob. More changes for City then. Here comes Rodri and Phil Foden. It's going to be Oscar Bob to make way. And also Nico Gonzalez. Now first touch for Foden in the left channel. Emerel comes across and just sees it out for a corner. Does decide not to take any risks and playing it back to his goalkeeper there. Foden curls in left-footed and headed goalwards by Rodri. His first touch. It's straight at Vicario. And now Spurs are going to make this change, and it's Dominic Solanke and Wilson Odobert who are going to come on, and that Brennan Johnson, the man who's going to come on, scorer of the first goal. And the other man to make way is Richarlison's had his yellow card. But he's done his job. 13 minutes to go. Manchester City 0, Tottenham Hotspur 2. Foden fouled by Porro. Here's Rodri, plays it into Stones in the box, but under pressure from Solanke, and Odegaard almost concedes possession. Now away comes City as Foden releases Doku. Doku driving into the box, cuts in one way, goes the other, still going. Doku pulls it back for Foden. Superb tackle from Van de Ven. Looked like Foden was about to pull the trigger from 8 yards out, but Van de Ven, a superb tackle, snuffs out that chance. Doku went in and out of Porro. Looked like he put it on a plate for Foden, but Van de Ven, superb challenge. Denies Foden, who stayed down after the challenge. He's back on his feet now, but he's hobbling about a little bit. The time is not on Manchester City's side here. Manchester City 0, Tottenham Hotspur 2. Just over 10 minutes to go. And Spurs are lining up a long throw in here. Romero's come up from the back. It's Kudus who's going to take. It's not the best. And it's cleared, and now Doku almost has a foot race with Porro. Bentancur manages to put enough pressure on Reinders, who can't believe he's not got a free kick or a throw in there. Dutch international. He's only the second player to score an assist on his City debut in the Premier League. Sergio Aguero, the only other Man City player to have done that. Wonder what happened to him. Yellow card for Pedro Porro, just for time wasting off this throw-in. He throws down the line. Kudus flicks it on, looking for Sarr. Porro heads it forward. Now Reinders to Oscar Bob. Silva plays it all the way back to James Trafford. Solanke will put him under some pressure, but Trafford clears. Van de Ven heads away. Picked up by Bernardo Silva, but it's won back by Odegaard. He keeps it away from Rodri and then goes on the outside of Rodri. Stones comes across. Now Bernardo Silva's there as well, and Odegaard plays it off Bernardo Silva for a throw-in, and Spurs continue to frustrate Manchester City here. City haven't lost since the 8th of March in the Premier League. And Thomas Frank is 9 minutes away from becoming only the third manager to beat Pep Guardiola away from home with two different clubs. Jose Mourinho and Antonio Conte, the only two who've managed it before now. One of Conte's, of course, was with Spurs, Chelsea, his other one, Mourinho, of course, Manchester United and Real Madrid. Slightly less glamorous for Thomas Frank, Brentford and Spurs. But he won't mind that because it looks like Spurs are going to the top of the Premier League table. They just haven't been able to create clear-cut opportunities, City, in this second half. to find a way back into the game, but they've still got 8 minutes plus stoppages. Here's Bernardo Silva on the right-hand side. Plays it back to Rico Lewis. Now, Bernardo Silva to John Stones. Ake. Out to Doku. Doku plays it back to Ake. Ake with a left foot cross. Silva's hanging around at the back post. Nods in a cross. Oh, and it's landed. Might have clipped the crossbar, the top of the crossbar. Not sure whether Silva was heading it goalwards or trying to head it back for Erling Haaland in the middle. It's just, in fact, landed on the roof of the net, I think. Vicario, it was beyond him, but landed on the roof of his net. Lewis into Rodri. Rodri into Phil Foden. Followed by Palhinha. Still deep in their own half here, City. They need to be at the other end. Rodri. Crossfield, raking crossfield ball, looking for Doku. Doku brings it out the air. Kudus gets back to help Porro, and they've kept it in between them, Porro and Kudus. Great play in defence. And then Solanke holds the ball up, uses Kudus again. Porro into Van der Ven. Vicario launches it long towards Solanke, free header for Stones. Now Bernardo Silva will bring it down for Rodri. Here's Reinders, back to Rodri. Into Foden. Foden might shoot from range. Takes a clip on its way through, but it was still comfortable for Vicario. Go down as a 5th shot on target, that for City. So we head towards the last 5 minutes of the 90. Manchester City 0, Tottenham Hotspur 2. Rodri. Driving through the centre circle, finds Reinders. Now out the left to Doku. Haaland wants it, but doesn't get it. Doku will go to the byline, tries to cross it. It's blocked at source, and it'll be a Manchester City corner. Haaland wanted Reinders to slide him through. He went out wide to Doku. He's good at getting at his man. Spurs are making another change here. Bergvall is going to come on to replace Kudus, who's had a good game for Spurs. So Bergvall give Spurs a little bit more protection in midfield, albeit Palhinha and Bentancur have done well anyway. Foden's corner, half cleared by Romero, and now Porro will bring it away. Reinders is chasing him, but Porro gets his head down. Still got it. Porro plays it down the line for Bergvall, who's onside. First touch for the substitute, and he's beaten Rico Lewis. Bergvall pulls it back, and a shot flashed wide from Odebert. The two subs combining for Spurs. That would have been curtains had that found the back of the net. He rolled the challenger, Lewis did. Bergvall. It was comfortably wide in the end from Odebert. Now Foden goes long looking for Haaland. In the end, Haaland will do well to keep this in. He does keep it in. Lays it back to Bernardo Silva. Now to Rico Lewis. Good foot in from a Romero. And Sarr. Oh, Sarr slips and Lewis wins it off him. Sarr might well find himself in the referee's notebook here. Play goes on because City have still got the ball. Rodri clips it back to Ake. Ake's touch is heavy. There's a collision between Ake and Bergvall that's going to result in a Manchester City free kick. It was awkward for both of them. Ake just beat Bergvall to the bouncing ball. Not even sure Bergvall was going for it, but Ake then just followed through into him. Definitely a free kick for Manchester City. 10 yards from the edge of the penalty area, out towards the left edge of the penalty area. Foden is the man stood over it. Will surely be a cross from here. Comes from Foden, poor delivery. Bergvall heads up in the air. Romero fouled as he went for the second ball. And it looks like Man City are falling to defeat here. They're opening home Premier League game of the season. A few fans starting to make their way to the exits. And 2 first half goals. Look like earning Spurs their second win in as many games to start the campaign. Foden plays it round the corner, looking for Haaland, but Van der Ven intercepts. Odegaard can't keep it away from Lewis. Rodri in possession in the final minute of the 90. City need to get the ball forward. Foden though loses out to Solanke. Palinha, heavy touch from Sarr. Cedes possession back to Manchester City. Ake to Doku. Doku into Foden, now back to Ake. To Doku again. Now Rodri clips it over to Bernardo Silva. Back to Stones, crosses it in looking for Doku, headed out by Bergvall. Four minutes added on at the end of the 90, and Spurs are going to make another change here. Palinha, scorer of the second goal, is going to come off. And it's Kevin Danso who will come on. So we're in the 4 additional minutes now. Here's Stones, clips the ball in, headed out by Danso. Only as far as Doku. Now Ake. Too high for Haaland, might fall for Silva, misses his kick. And Spence will be able to clear for Spurs. Now, Solanke, can he put some icing on the cake? Good save from Trafford, had to get down, but Trafford beats it away. And it was very nearly icing on the cake for Tottenham. Solanke got at Diaz, had a shot. Trafford got down well, strong right hand, and sorry, it was Odebert who headed goalwards, and it was comfortable height for Trafford. He parries it behind for a corner. Could have been back-to-back 3-0 wins for Spurs. Still might be. Pedro Porro with this corner from the right-hand side. This might be the last attack. Comes in towards Romero. Romero has it at his feet, tries to lay it off for Benson Court. And in the end, Spurs retain possession with Spence. Plays it out back to Pedro Porro on the right hand side. Whips in a delivery towards Solanke, headed away by Stones. And then Doku finds Ake. Ake bowled over by Sarr. Gets a free kick and gets on with it quickly, but Sarr still chasing down everything. Fouls Rodri. But they've done enough now, Spurs. Final 30 seconds of the 4 minutes added on. Here's Foden. Doku. To Ake. Into Foden. Can City at least give their fans something to cheer at the end of the match? Bergvall heads it away. And behind for a corner. We've now had the 4 minutes added on time, but I'm sure we'll see this corner before the end. Foden will take. In it comes, headed away. Play goes on. Lewis finds Foden. Foden's cross is blocked by Pedro Porro. Here's Rico Lewis across to Bernardo Silva. The last knock-ins of this match. Reinders into Lewis. It pops back out and Bergvall will leave it to Porro. Porro will hack it away and the referee will blow his final whistle. Brennan Johnson and João Palhinha's goals at the end of the first half give Spurs their second win out of 2 at the start of the season and send Manchester City to defeat in their first home Premier League match. The final score at the Etihad Stadium, Manchester City 0, Tottenham Hotspur
The one, if a game. The one, game. The one, if a body out game. The one, if a